Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'd like to start the meeting with a moment of silence for everybody who is dealing with the devastation in Western North Carolina. Thank you. They are going to need more than thoughts and prayers. And if you are able, this is for the public as well, please make a donation to a nonprofit that can assist with food and housing and other relief. Thank you. Okay. I believe it was Councilmember Branch's turn to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, thank you. We will start with the consent agenda. One item has been pulled, H1. Could I have a motion to approve the remainder?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Okay. Councilmember Jones, you had pulled H1?
I did. Thank you so much. I wanted to, I don't really have a question, but I wanted to give some clarity for those watching. This item is our organizational restructuring, and we're moving positions around. And there's some positions that are going to move from neighborhood enrichment under community engagement. And I just wanted to give the clarity for those reading the agenda. This is not specifically for CACs. There are going to be 6 positions that are moving, and I just want to make it clear that we have not heard back from CACs as to what their requests are yet. And so as we make these shifts, there are movements, but we're putting the cart before the horse by thinking that it's going to automatically mean that that's all back, and we're going to go back to the same thing that we had, because that is not what this is. So I just wanted to make that clarification as members of the public are reading through that agenda, that this is not going to, at this moment, trigger the same thing that we had in CACs. We can work towards it, but we are waiting to hear back from the organization as to what their needs will be. And that's all.
Can we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous as well. Thank you. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Pine and Walter Planning and Development. I'm joined by Blaney Miller, Chair of the Planning Commission. I wanted to, this afternoon, offer you the report of Planning Commission as well as information about the items to be rescheduled, which is the next item on the agenda, together for your consideration. I know you're always interested in how things are stacking up on the agenda and thought that might be helpful. I do want to just emphasize the advertisement issue that we experienced was an irregularity on the part of the News and Observer. We're working with them to help us better, but a strange error on their side. So upcoming holidays in October and November, quite a number of events for a variety of practices. And then we have some public hearings already scheduled. So your next meeting, there's one annexation from the consent agenda today that you just scheduled. And then there are a couple of public hearings on the 6th for local landmark designations. That's a joint hearing with the Raleigh Historic Development Commission. There's one that you had already scheduled during a previous meeting, and from the consent agenda again today, one more item. So those are from earlier today. So report of Planning Commission today, Z1724 on Tryon Road. This is recommended for approval by the Planning Commission with a split vote. There were questions there about likely eventual annexation and provision of city service, including water and fire. The suggested public hearing date is November 6th. Then there was a text change coming out of Planning Commission. This adds a emergency shelter as a new accessory use and a temporary use into the UDO. This helps us stand up white flag shelters more quickly. That's the intent of the change to the regulation. Planning Commission recommended approval, again suggesting a public hearing for November 6th. And then also coming from Planning Commission, a comprehensive plan amendment to reflect the Capital Area Greenway Master Plan that was previously approved and adopted by you, to reflect that in our comprehensive plan so that the two documents are in alignment. Again, a suggested public hearing date of November 6th. And then the last item, this actually was discussed by Planning Commission last week. This is the follow-up action on South Street. This is the comprehensive plan amendment. You've already voted to close the street. That's a legislative action on your part. Does not require Planning Commission review. This is the second piece, so that when that project moves into review, we don't ask them to dedicate the street back after we've closed it. And we're suggesting a public hearing date here of October 15. So here's the blend. Next meeting, the South Street and the I didn't see where I talked about Lake Wheeler item. I'm sorry. That's the Lake Wheeler and Centennial that needs to be rescheduled. And then on the 6th, Tryon Road, the Carolina and Grove Avenue, that's also rescheduled. The text change that I mentioned already today, the Kyle Drive street plan, that is also being rescheduled. And then the Greenway Master Plan coming out of Planning Commission.
Okay. Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, a question about the temporary accessory emergency shelters. Is that going to be too late? I just want to make sure that any needs that we have this winter season will be fine if we wait till November 6th to deal with that item.
That's a great question. This suggested hearing date came from the zoning administration staff, so I believe we're okay. I'm going to look over my shoulder and see what's happening behind me. I'm getting the nod from Pat Young.
So
that
just to
that's good.
follow up to that, so there's 2 items for October 15th during the day. That's it.
Yes, ma'am.
I would be fine moving the TC 424 to that date and making November 6th a little less heavy.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
That sounds good to me. I know we're going to have some needs this winter around emergency shelters, so I'm hopeful that we'll have a conversation about that as a council as well. And then on Tryon Road, I guess I'm just going to put it out there. If anyone is representing that particular rezoning case, if you can get in touch, I'd love to chat. I haven't heard from anyone on that one yet.
Councilmember Branch?
I do know we have another item down there under special items that we will need to schedule the public hearing for. And I was hoping it could be the 15th. It's the Wake Med one, so I just
Yeah.
wanted to put it out there while we're discussing balancing everything.
I think 4th would be good. All right, I'm going to make a motion to approve the suggested public hearing dates, but moving TC 424 under October 15th. Oh,
I still
Councilmember
have some
Jones?
questions. Thank you. This is for Blaney. I wanted to talk about CP4, the South Street closure, and the Planning Commission's discussion of it. I just wanted to know, as I reviewed the Planning Commission, there was some confusion over whether the vote that you guys took was going to happen before the 17th or not. Were you guys told that it was going to happen beforehand? And I was getting some calls, and I don't understand the confusion there.
As chair, sometimes I try to anticipate what's coming down the pike, especially items with a lot of public interest. And so initially, we were trying to guess and forecast when things would come to us, but it turns out that it arrived to us when it did. I don't know any more than that.
Okay, and then can you, it was a very lively discussion over this. Can you please share some of the comments and concerns and issues that the commission discussed?
Sure. Well, I think it's included in the staff report, but those who voted against the street closure cited their concerns about the process and the impact on Heritage Park. They also had concerns about inadequate engagement and inconsistencies with the comp plan. Those that voted in favor of closing the street tried to balance that and those issues with the economic impact and other impacts on the city. We were a bit challenged in our discussion because the applicant in this case actually did not have information available on the economic impact to the small businesses or on the city's ability to attract or retain larger festivals to come downtown. They just didn't have that information available, so we were working with somewhat limited information on that case.
Awesome. And what was the vote?
The vote was 5-4 in denial to not close South Street.
And what I'm just looking through my notes, some of the frustration that I heard was that it was confusing because they felt that this was a performatory vote because the decision had already been made. Can you speak to that? Is that how the rest of, I mean, I know that was one person that said it, but was that part of your discussion?
That was part of, I don't exactly remember who or how many said that, but we did acknowledge the fact that the city council had voted to close the street, and the likelihood that the city council would close the street and then vote to leave the street in the street plan, which would then require the city to reopen the street, was probably an unlikely outcome.
I did want to just uplift that. That was, I think, Commissioner Bennett who first brought that up. There were inconsistencies that were noted in the staff report. I think 5 inconsistent policies. So those they felt weren't acknowledged and addressed, and they felt kind of that it was backwards because they didn't get to talk about it prior to that happening. So I understand the process was different. It's something that we don't normally do in street closures, and this was a different process that I just want to make sure that the commissioners' concerns were uplifted as we talk about it in front of council, because it seemed, and you would have a better idea of me than I will, but it seemed by watching it that a lot of people felt left out of the process as well on Planning Commission. So thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to uplift that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, just one this is probably for staff. I know sometimes, like the comprehensive plan we talk about as being a guidance document, sometimes we update it in ways that are not going to be legally binding for any future sort of rezoning cases that come through. In this case, with these 2 actions, is there, I'm not coming around to a clear question, but like, is the street closure the thing that's legally binding and this is guidance update, or how are these 2?
Oh, sure. So what the Planning Commission made a recommendation to you about is the comprehensive plan amendment, which
Right.
removes a segment of South Street from the street plan. That's different from a street closure. It's rare that we see a street closure and a comprehensive plan amendment come forward together for the same piece of street. It's very rare that we close a street that's on the street plan or that we remove a segment from the street plan that's already built. So this is I actually can't think of in the 10 years that I worked for the city when something like this has happened. So, and then from a procedural perspective, there's no right or wrong order. In this instance, I actually think it was helpful to the Planning Commission that they knew the intention of council before, and we, frankly, we wouldn't have moved ahead. The staff had filed the comprehensive plan amendment, but it would not, if you had voted against the street closure, we would not have continued the comprehensive plan amendment through the process. We would not have wasted everybody's time on that. It would have been withdrawn. So I think that gets at your question about sort of procedure and order and why things happened the way that they did. Sure.
Yeah, Councilmember Pat Young with Planning and Development. I just want to add one thing to Bynum's excellent answer. Typically, in almost every instance, you see a comprehensive plan amendment. The comprehensive plan is advisory to council. It's policy guidance that you all can consider as you see fit within your broad legislative discretion. On the street plan, and I'll let Bynum clarify this, there's a special, embedded in the Unified Development Ordinance is kind of special weight on the street plan. So because it's so important to us with new development to get street plan streets, interconnecting streets. So in order for the Red Hat project to proceed, both the comprehensive plan amendment and the street closing would have to be approved. I just want to make sure that was clear. And that is definitely unusual from what you regularly see with comprehensive plans amendments.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion made. We need a second. Second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, That was unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, next we have special items. The first item is what you referenced earlier, Councilmember Branch, rezoning Z824, the Wake 3 campus.
Good afternoon, Braun and Reedus Planning and Development. So again, this is rezoning Z824 for the Wake 3 campus. You saw this at your September 17th meeting. It was on the report of Planning Commission at that time. It was deferred at that time to allow the applicant additional time to revise the request. So the request has been revised, and I'll go over some of those changes. So here's a summary of revisions since the Planning Commission review. That draft petition and campus master plan set was received on September 20th, and those revisions included an adjustment to how the urban limited frontage was shown on the master plan, not an adjustment to where it was shown, just how it was represented on the master plan. Minor changes to the tree conservation area calculation tables, a clarification on public and private access on Swinburne Avenue on the utility plan specifically, and then revisions to the transportation improvements phasing sheets. And the UDO allows for additional changes responding to staff comments or making clerical non-substantive corrections between when the draft is submitted to when the signed version is required. So the signed petition and campus master plan was received on Friday, September 27th in time for your consideration today. And two minor changes were made in response to staff comments. So there was a revision to a note on the tree conservation plan sheet, and then a revision to a note on the transportation improvements phasing plan sheet, and those were in response to staff comments. Staff had recommended a November 6th public hearing, just per our standard recommendation. However, I hear that we're going to try for October 15th, and we are prepared to complete that notice for the October 15th public hearing. And that concludes the staff overview. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions? Okay, Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, so just confirming, so what's cited as the reason for the dissenting vote in Planning Commission is a desire to address frontages, and to clarify that, so the change you're noting is not responsive to that, it's just clarification.
That issue was brought up early on in Planning Commission's review during Committee of the Whole, and the applicant did make some changes responding to that. However, the dissenting vote and those reasons for the dissenting vote remain after the changes that the applicant proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, Councilmember Branch?
Yeah, I move that we set the public hearing for October 15th.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have the Prince Hall Overlay District.
Good afternoon, Tanya Tully with Planning and Development. Oops. This is a brief overview of the responses to Council's ask about offering solutions that maintain the historic character and boundaries of the Prince Hall Historic Overlay District. A quick highlight of reminders of the Historic Overlay District regulation basics, that any exterior changes require a certificate of appropriateness. They can be categorized into minor applications, which are approved by staff, and major applications, which are heard by the Raleigh Historic Development Commission Certificate of Appropriateness Committee in a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. In reviewing proposed work, congruity is determined by using the Historic District's design guidelines and then looking at the character of the entire district. After consultation with the City Attorney's Office, we have some changes, some modifications to the COA process that add flexibility and simplifies the process without modifying the boundaries. One of which is an expansion of the minor work list. In other words, adding more work items to be eligible for minor work and approvable by staff, assuming they meet those review criteria, And this can result in a cost and time savings of about 2 months as compared to being a major work reviewed in the quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing by the COA committee. Additionally, it would be amending the Prince Hall design guidelines to add clarity to the characteristics that are significant, the character-defining elements of the historic district, which will allow for a better understanding about what changes are likely to receive COA approval. Both of these modifications were previously put into motion by City Council action, and they will also apply to all of the historic overlay districts. Their additional engagement with City Council will happen as these move forward, but no additional council action is required at this time.
Okay. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Jones?
Hey. Hello. Thank you so much. I just have a few questions. The recommendations are going to go through RHGC, then come back, is my understanding. You guys are going to amend those in RHGC, or is that through planning?
Well, we work together. So, but ultimately, the review of the amended design guidelines is made by RHDC and adopted by them. But of course, it'll be a city staff assisted with community engagement.
And we'll find out after you guys work on that. There'll be like maybe an update so that we know.
Oh, absolutely,
okay.
absolutely.
Perfect. Another thing I wanted to ask was, since being involved with RHGC, it's been an honor, but I've learned, and correct me if I'm wrong, that when the state sent that letter to say, hey, stop pulling stuff out, we've made this designation, and then we continue to pull things out, does the state have, they have the authority to do anything, but would they shut down the district themselves because we don't? No. Okay, so that's nothing to worry about. Thank you. Check. And then the last thing is really just my comment on council. We've been talking about it for a really long time in terms of Blunt Street, and I really just want to share my thoughts and being involved with not only RHGC, but also Preservation Raleigh. Having been involved in this conversation my entire time on council, I keep asking myself, what does Prince Hall mean to council? I worry less about the vacant lots that we tend to vilify and more about why property owners are not interested in the opportunities that the district currently allows for. Beyond that, I worry that this is the only historic district that we see so many parcels being removed. This doesn't happen in Oakwood, which is predominantly white, but it has been happening in our first African-American cultural district over the last 10 years. So how are we honoring the history and not just pointing out the vacant lots? They weren't always vacant. There were homes, a church, hospital, movie theater, and cotton warehouses. This district is an opportunity to uplift those memories, and I look forward to growth that honors the past. What I'm struggling with is how we best honor the rich culture and history of this part of Raleigh and hope that we can lean on our partners at RHDC and Preservation Raleigh to help guide us how we shape the future of it. It's been a really educational past year, learning about Prince Hall and all the things that are involved. And I thank all the members of RHDC and Preservation Raleigh for helping me learn it. But sometimes I feel like we talk about specific, we don't get into the nitty-gritty of what this district means and why we have so many members of our community concerned with what they feel like is demolishing it. So I just wanted to make that part of the record and share my thoughts. Thank you.
Councilmember Branch?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Councilwoman Jones, for those comments and remarks. Earlier today, Councilor Ford and Mayor Pro Tem and I had the pleasure with a resident and Preservation Raleigh, Ms. Edith Valentine, to walk and talk about the area in the district, one that I know well from visiting Tupper Memorial from growing up. And out of that conversation, there is a plan, our roadmap, to have more conversation about the properties and ways in which we can work with the property owners in trying to revitalize some properties that are boarded up and not in use, or not in use to full capacity. So there is a conversation that is happening, and there will be more conversation that will be happening working with Preservation Raleigh, the local residents, as well as council, and pulling in staff and other members of the community on addressing, because if you go down Blunt Street, there's some streets, some properties, they're just abandoned, they're just boarded up. And even the residents there have concerns about those properties as well.
Okay, any other? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next we have the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We have 2 items on the agenda and then 2 updates after that. The first item is an affordable housing funding recommendation for the cottages Idlewild. We have Erica Brandt from Housing and Neighborhoods here to present this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Erica Brandt, Housing and Neighborhoods. So I'm going to present a funding recommendation for gap financing for the Cottages of Idlewild project. We'll start with a little background, provide a funding update, and then move on to the staff recommendation. So this project dates back to 2021 when the city issued an RFP to identify a development partner to build affordable housing on a 1.17 acre parcel assemblage at Idlewild and Lane Streets. Raleigh Area Land Trust, or RALT, was selected through this process. And in the course of site development and review over the next few years, RALT discovered that the stormwater infrastructure that would be required for the project would be more complex and costly than they had anticipated, which created a funding gap. So in February of this year, we came to council to request approval for $700,000 in city gap financing, which was approved. And RALT also worked during the same time with Congressman Nichols' office to request funding to help fill the rest of the gap from the EPA's Community Grants Program. And in March, $560,000 in EPA funding was appropriated through that program, with the city being named as the recipient. So the city worked with RALT to learn more about this EPA grant. And in the course of talking with the EPA representatives and participating in several informational webinars, we learned that a very intensive due diligence process, which can take multiple years, would be required before we would be able to utilize the funds for this project. So RALT has indicated to staff that a delay of this magnitude would negatively impact the project, and they've proposed that the city use the $560,000 of EPA grants for other citywide stormwater projects, and this is permissible if the city requests a technical correction through EPA and just kind of redesignates the use for those funds. And in substitution, RALT has requested that the city provide local funding to replace the EPA dollars in the Cottages of Idlewild project, which will not have the same kind of red tape for implementation. So if approved by council, staff will submit that technical correction to the EPA to request that the funds be used for the other project, and we'll move forward with offering local funds instead. So the staff recommendation is to approve this additional conditional gap funding commitment, which will bring the city's total gap financing to $1.26 million, and to authorize the associated budget amendments and transfers. I'm happy to take questions.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, thank you for this information. I'm curious, do you anticipate us, the city, being able to use that $560,000 easily? Will we have, issues as they have?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we're still kind of learning about what steps are required in order to use the funds, but if we kind of reallocate to other citywide stormwater projects, we wouldn't have the same time constraint on those projects, right? It wouldn't matter as much if it takes us 18 months to implement them. It won't be holding up an affordable housing development. I feel pretty confident that we can find ways to add stormwater enhancements using that funding.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else? All right, I'll make a motion to authorize payment.
And
All in favor?
before we vote, I've disclosed this before. I've told it's not a conflict. I live adjacent to the site, so I just wanted to put that on the record. I don't believe that I need to be recused from the vote.
No.
Okay. Aye.
Okay. Can we re-vote so I can see everybody's hands? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. That was unanimous.
Thank you, Erica. Next, we have an interlocal agreement for the Wake Transit Plan reimbursement funding agreements between Campo and Go Triangle. We have David Eatman here from Transportation to deliver this item.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. David Eatman, Transportation Transit. So this afternoon, we're going to talk about our FY25 Wake Transit Plan funding agreements. So this is really the budget that comes from Wake Transit for our Go Raleigh system. Real quick, this will be fairly quick. It looks like a lot, but will be quick. What is Wake Transit? Our governance, agreement structure, operating funding, we'll talk about that briefly, our capital funding, and then our BRT projects, and then the requested action. So what is Wake Transit? For those that may not know, in 2016, we passed a half-cent sales tax for transit for all of Wake County services, and also for connecting the region. The Wake Transit Plan had 4 big moves. As I just said, connect the region, connect all Wake County communities, think of express bus or microtransit, create frequent, reliable urban mobility, think bus rapid transit or frequent buses, and then enhance access to transit, think about bus stops, curb cuts, things of that nature. Our governance structure. So when we created Wake Transit, it really had 3 main parties, Wake County, Go Triangle, and the Capital Area MPO. And they all have an interlocal agreement which defines that structure. From that structure, we have master participation agreements. Specifically, the City of Raleigh is party to that master participation agreement, and that really sets up the structure for these to flow on an annual basis for the projects that we implement. We have 2 types of agreements, general and special, and the easiest way to think about that is general is something that's recurring or can really almost be a template type of an agreement. A special agreement usually has some one-offs or some things in that agreement that require special attention when you execute that and you create the agreement. Agreement structure, so everything really starts at the TPAC level, the Transit Planning Advisory Committee, which is made up of all representatives within Wake County, all of the municipalities, Wake County itself, our regional partner, Go Triangle, as well as some other partners that are part of that, NC State, for example. That's where the projects and the agreements are actually developed in theory or at least in budget process and really as part of a longer term budget and project list. So once those are developed, they actually go to Campo and to Go Triangle for execution. So implementation, and certainly the City of Raleigh has representation on the Campo executive body and then representation on the Go Triangle Board of Trustees. And then obviously those agreements ultimately come to council for final execution before we can expend those funds. So what are we looking at for FY25? Our operating projects, we're at about $29.5 million. If you look down at bus operations, our recurring and new operating services is the lion's share at almost $25 million. But we do have some new projects that are out there as well, as we'll look at in a moment. But certainly bus stop maintenance and leases. So when I say maintenance, that's not construction. That's actually just making sure that we're upkeeping our stops, putting out or making sure that we have those contracts in place to respond to emergencies if we have an incident where a shelter might be damaged, something of that nature. We also have park and ride leases, fare programs, and safety. But you can see the list for our operating projects there. As we think about the capital projects, a little over $43 million. Certainly, the lion's share of our bus stop improvements annually comes from the Wake Transit Plan itself at nearly $3 million. We have also transfer point and transit center improvements. So once you add that to our bus stops, almost right at $4 million there that we're putting towards that effort annually. New bus and support vehicles. So this is one of our larger years for bus replacement. Certainly our bus replacements will be renewable natural gas at this point, as well as electric. So our continuing transition away from diesel, although at this point we have about 15% of our fleet or less, which is diesel. Pretty much everything at this point is renewable natural gas or electric. And then we have our final installation for our Go Raleigh, Go Wake Access facility. We do have an old facility out at City Farm Road off of South Wilmington Street, and it is well beyond its useful age, so we're really looking forward to that new facility. Bus rapid transit, we did get an infusion of funds to continue the work on several corridors. Southern corridor being at $45 million, so that does fund the final allocation of capital dollars for the Southern corridor, as well as fund our contingency as we enter the full funding grant agreement. FTA does want us to have a 30% contingency. So if we define our budget, we request FTA for 50% of the project, and we have all those funds, then FTA says, okay, now you need another 30%. So we hope that that 30% is not needed, but certainly we have to have that in balance to make sure that the projects work correctly, or the process works correctly with FTA approval. Western corridor design at $15 million, and then the Northern corridor collectively at $5 million for the two legs of the Northern corridor. We will be coming back early first quarter of '25, looking at a locally preferred alternative for the Northern corridor, as that MIS study is still underway. It's not complete, but we do want to wrap that up, I would hope, in the first half or early calendar year '25. So some of the timelines for the projects, everyone's very interested in where are you in the process, and these projects do take time, as we're all aware. But if you look at a Southern corridor, anticipated NEPA completion, we're wrapping up NEPA as we speak, certainly end of this year or early '25. Small starts grant agreement, so we have to go through a risk review and other federal checks and balances before they actually hand us the funds or allow us to access those funds. So we're expecting that by the end of '26, and then construction in '27 through '30. As we look at the Western corridor, it's a bit behind the Southern corridor, but if you pick up where we are now, we went into final design going into final design early in 2025. So what does that mean? That means that our designer that took us to 30% is handing off that project to our final designer. All of that's occurring as we speak. So early in 2025, we will go into final design for that project. Completion in '26, our small starts grant agreement or a full funding grant agreement would be in '27, with construction starting in '28 through '31 potentially, if everything falls into place. I do need to put a caveat on that. All of this is contingent upon federal funding, so once we go out, you can see in this timeline, anticipated rating from FTA, we're expecting that in March of next year, so early in '25. Well, once you get rated, if we were to get rated like we did for the other projects with a medium high, that still we have to have that congressional allocation. So if that congressional allocation doesn't come for 2-3 years, then that could delay that timeline. Hopefully, we think positive, that these would be on the same timeline as the prior projects, and we could follow this timeline, but did want to put that caveat there. So as we wrap this up, that's the council action, authorize the city manager to accept the Wake Transit Plan agreements. And you see the amount, and we do have a link to the Wake Transit Work Plan, so everything that I just stated, as well as all of the projects for all of the funding partners and implementation partners through Wake Transit are within this link if you want to go into detail. And certainly if you have any questions, I'll take those now.
Okay, do we have any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, hi. I know you just said it, but the Triangle Town Center line, when is the next touch point, when major investment study is complete? I'm sorry.
So I think you were going back, I'm sorry, let me go back here.
Yeah, that slide.
So the Northern Corridor design, we do anticipate that the Northern Corridor will have 2 termini, Triangle Town Center and Midtown. Locally preferred alternative in the first half of calendar year '25, so somewhere, in the next 6 months or 6 to 9 months, I guess now.
Okay. And then where do things stand on the Newbern line? I know there was some reassessment of how the bid was going to be structured and stuff. Is it back on the street?
Certainly Engineering Services is leading that effort. They've done a great job repackaging that, trying to make sure that we do get bidders in this second go-around. We are looking to receive bids on that 1 o'clock, October 18th. So that will be a big milestone. We feel very positive about where we're headed. So let's just keep our fingers crossed. We're ready to get started for sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Move for approval.
Okay, second, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to just provide a brief update on some of the efforts that the City of Raleigh has provided to our friends and peers in the western part of the state. And as we all know, in times of devastation like our neighbors in Western Carolina are facing and have experienced, words are not sufficient to express truly our grief and our support. My heart goes out to the individuals that have been impacted, the public servants who have been and continue to perform beyond the call of duty, and all who are supporting the response and stabilization efforts. It will be a long and difficult road to recovery, and the City of Raleigh stands ready to assist. I want to assure our peers in Western North Carolina that we are ready to share expertise and resources, and I want our community to be informed of the leadership that your Raleigh employees are demonstrating during this difficult time. I expect our contributions will grow and more departments will be involved as recovery efforts continue to evolve. To date, the Raleigh Fire Department deployed Task Force 8, which is our urban search and rescue team, to Haywood County, along with a fire engine and a high water rescue vehicle to assist the Asheville Fire Department for its rescue and recovery efforts. Our first responders have engaged in multiple life-saving activities, including evacuation, swift water rescues, and medical emergencies. Raleigh Water is working with North Carolina Water Warn, which is a water agency response network composed of North Carolina utilities, and CERT to provide resources being requested in the western part of the state. 5 Raleigh Water employees and a convoy of 3 dump trucks and trailers are currently transporting over 50 tons of large diameter pipe, valves, and fittings to aid in the repair and restoration of Asheville's damaged drinking water system. The Raleigh Police Department stands ready and is coordinating to determine necessary support to assist Asheville Police Department with security at shelters and food distribution sites. RPD will also be assisting in staffing the law enforcement desk at the EOC. Our office has also gotten several inquiries about how employees and members of the community can effectively support our neighbors in Western North Carolina. There are several things to consider when thinking about opportunities to support, and these are the things that they have told us. Sending materials or volunteers to Western North Carolina outside of coordinated efforts can create logistical burdens on an already stressed and burdened system due to the failures of their infrastructure. Financial assistance to established aid organizations and nonprofits is more helpful at this stage. Monetary donations are best provided to established organizations, and individuals should be really careful about potentially fraudulent activities, which people, sometimes when you see the best in mankind and in humankind, you also see the worst. So be really careful in your giving if you decide to donate. Giving and volunteer opportunities are also summarized at the North Carolina Department of Public Safety website, and contributions to the North Carolina Disaster Relief Fund can be made at nc.gov/donate. Many of these efforts are being coordinated in Wake County and all across the state, and our staff continues to remain committed to helping our partners and our friends and our peers in, up in the mountains, where this is the time of year when people go for apple picking and looking at trees, and it is a different situation this year. We have been blessed and fortunate through many of the most recent storms, and I think it is incumbent upon us to do our parts of being good neighbors and good sisterly communities to those in need. So I just wanted to share that. And last but not least, as we get to an emotional moment in the meeting, today happens to be the last meeting of one of the members of my office. I promised I wasn't going to cry, and I lied to myself. And so my deputy city manager, Tansy Hayward, I am super, super proud of you. She has been the Frick to my frack, the Thelma to my Raggedy Louise sometime. We change roles, the good cop and the bad cop. It just depends on the day and the topic. But we both started on the same day in 2014. And not only were we colleagues and peers professionally, we have become friends. Her family is my family, and I hope she thinks of my family as hers as well. We will get the opportunity to celebrate her next Wednesday at Raleigh Union Station at our drop-in event from 3 to 7, which that one promises to be a little bit more light and not emotional, but I would be remiss if I did not personally take the opportunity to thank Tansy and her family. When I first came to the city, I was a new single mother and trying to figure out how to make this work and the work and keep my family together. And Tansy's husband, Chris, Tansy gives them a hard time, but he always stood in the gap, and little did he know that he's got a 16-year-old now who will forever value the picture that she has of sitting on Chris's shoulders at our first night out here in Raleigh. She was too short to see anything, and it was cold, and without asking, Chris took her and put her on his shoulders, and that has been the person in the family that the Hayward family has been to me, to many in this room, in this city. Public service is hard, public service is complicated, and public service is something that is a calling. I say that all the time. It is not for the weak at heart. It is not for those who always want pats on the backs and, the attaboys and the attagirls. There are very few people, in my humble opinion, who I think go hard charged like myself, and I'm working on it. It's hard to turn it off, but Tansy is my match in that category. I think over the last 10 years, she's made not only me better as a manager and a friend, and I will dare not look over there. She has made the departments that she has supervised and managed better by challenging everybody to do the best, because our residents and our community deserves nothing less than that. And she's even challenged the elected officials sometime to make sure that we stayed in the boundaries, and that when we did deviate away from those boundaries, that we were taking those calculated risks, all in the name of responsible public service and responsible professional management. So it is my honor and privilege. She still hasn't given me her letter of resignation, and I've said that about 5 times now, to acknowledge—
So the resignation is not effective?
That's what I say, right? To acknowledge the person who has been a true friend, not only to me, but to this organization and to this community. Tansy Hayward, and when you go to Thornton, Colorado, I am sure you will shine your light so bright. I had dinner with Ruffin last night, and he was like, I did a couple things right, and that was bringing you and Tansy on board. And so if we could acknowledge Tansy right now, I'd be most grateful.
Now try to get a few words out after that.
So I didn't know, Marshall sprung this on me, so I don't have anything prepared. Let me start just by saying, and whoosh, if she struggled, I'm really going to struggle. So thanks to Marshall to start. She cannot accurately depict how meaningful the time and relationship as a peer, as a friend, as a mentor, as a boss. I will forever be on Marshall's team, wherever she is and wherever I am. Ruffin got a think out, and Ruffin brought this woman from Washington State that couldn't even pronounce Raleigh appropriately when I interviewed here, and gave me lots of opportunity to grow and lead. Thanks to everybody in this room and everybody that I've worked with over the last 10 years, whether or not they were on a truck with me showing me a solid waste route, or they were helping to redesign the way that our transportation function were, get projects done, or handle tough rezoning. The employees in this organization not only give generously to this community, but they have given incredibly generously to me as a leader in terms of helping to inform me and to help me know how to lead this organization in a way that was going to benefit all of us trying to do service delivery and everybody that lived here. We cannot lead this organization. We do not lead this organization on our own. It's because we have great staff with incredible passion for service and incredible knowledge that help us help you for the leadership. I do also want to recognize, I haven't counted up how many council members that I have served with in 10 years here in Raleigh. It's been a lot. And ultimately, your job is really challenging in terms of making tough calls. Thank you for allowing us to be your partners. And to every prior council member that has shown generosity and trust and partnership to me over the years. So ultimately, this is a tremendously difficult decision to leave a place that's been an amazing home. But I am excited to the opportunity to put all the skills and experience and learning here in greater leadership. We are all part of a public service family, and so the contributions that we make everywhere collectively move forward public service here and across the community. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve here.
Thank you.
And so that concludes my report today. And again, it's still not official until we get the letter, right? So fingers still crossed that perhaps. But Tance, just in case for those that do not know, Tance will be serving as the city manager for the city of Thornton, Colorado, beginning next week or week after, October 21st. So totally excited for her.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll have the report and recommendation of the Police Advisory Board.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, Mayor. Mr. Hutchinson, you have a really, really tough act to follow right now. But I'm going to pass it off to Mr. Lewis Hutchinson, who is the Police Advisory Board Chair, to report on their annual work plan and annual report. Thank you.
I just want to thank whoever scheduled me in this order. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Lewis Hutchinson, Chair for the Police Advisory Board, and I'm here to give you our report. As you know, that
Can you lift the mic up a little bit?
Oh,
so
I'm
we
sorry.
Can...
I'm sorry. Is that better? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that. As you know, our job is to be a liaison between the Raleigh community, and the Raleigh Police Department. We are there to help build trust and relationships between RPD and the community. And so as we go into just this, I guess this is just more of our policy here. Our membership, we had a vacancy with secretary, but it has been filled by Richard Everett, one of our most recent members that joined, and so we're glad to have him assume this position for us. We also, and let me say while we're talking about that, we also have another new member in Derek Hicks. He is the police chief appointee. We went a little while there without the police chief appointee member there, but we spoke with Councilor Melton, and he talked with Chief Patterson, and they were able to get someone to fill that position. And so at this point, we have a full board, and it is great to have all members present for the board, that is. And so for 24-25, we want to review policies regarding victim and witness services. We want to review RPD's policy for engagement with the LGBT community, which we started at this most recent meeting. And we want to review the field training officer program. Additional policies will be added as necessary if there are things that arise in the community or just whatever priorities may come forward. We want to continue to build relationships with RPD and the community, and to educate and empower our community members by hosting events in the fall and spring. And we also want to resume board member training with RPD, for instance, the ride-along, so we get a good understanding of what our police officers face when they go out into the community. So for our fall event, this past year we did our Trunk or Treat Fall Festival. It was at Lions Park this past year, but going forward for this October, it's going to be at Biltmore Hills, and it'll be in conjunction with the Biltmore Hills Fall Festival. And so we're really looking forward to that on October 25th. We typically will have, or we have plans to have one of the police horse there, as well as the police motorcycle there for the children that'll be there. We, of course, will hand out candies from the trunk of our cars and speak with parents and let them know who we are, what we do, and invite them to meetings and so forth. For our spring event, we're hoping to do 2 spring events. The first would be Anatomy of a Traffic Stop, where we have police officers, a prosecutor, and a defense attorney there to talk about the different aspects of what happens when a person is stopped as they're driving their vehicle. We also want to have a youth summit panel called the Teen Town Hall, where we bring teens in to talk about the police and the community and just questions and that they may have, ideas, and just things to give them an opportunity to voice what they feel about the police department and the community. So these are pictures from our trunk or treat in 2023, where we had a pretty good showing come out, and the success of that, we're trying to build the trunk or treat into an annual program that you can count on and set your calendars for, to build it with the community. We're trying to go around to the different city parks so that different communities can host our event. So again, as I said, we're in Biltmore Hills in Southeast Raleigh. This year, October 25th, from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Biltmore Hills does an annual event called their Fall Festival, and this will be in conjunction with them. One other thing we've been trying to do is work together with community centers and boards, and so this is our first event for this 2024, Fall 24, and so we're doing it with the first event. So we had to put our advisory board training on hold due to COVID, and we've recently, very recently, just a few weeks ago, spoke with Chief Patterson, and we are ready to resume some of this training. And so the steps for getting back into the ride-alongs and the firearm simulator, for instance, more discussion with the police department about these matters. It's already started, and things are being put into motion right now. For this upcoming year, we're asking for a budget of $6,500, and that is going to help us with events and activities. While we do expect some of this to go with our fall events, we think most of this will probably go towards our spring events. And so, yes, just giving an idea, visual of where we are. We bring the community and the RPD together. All right, just that. You all probably know this, your city council. And yes, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Branch.
Oh, I didn't have a question. I was just going to make the motion at the appropriate time. So if you want to go first, Councilmember Branch.
Yeah, just one thing. I know you were talking about bringing back, the committee doing ride-alongs and things with the officers. I want to bring this up to the city manager. We used to have a citizens police academy in the very first one. Is there any plans to bring that back for citizens to also get a better understanding of the work and interactions and how those things occur?
I will work with the police chief and the deputy chiefs to figure out how we can bring that program back. Everything kind of stalled during the pandemic, obviously, and we would probably have to make some amendments to how it goes moving forward. But yes, I will definitely work with the chief to see if we can bring it back.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to tell you, great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really, this is what we envisioned when we created the board, and I really do appreciate your leadership.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You want to make the motion, Mayor
Yeah,
Pro Tem?
I was just going to say thank you so much again. I also think Richard's updates he's sending now as secretary are super helpful, and so I
Yes.
can help pass those along to the whole council too, so there's more of a touch point on the work you're doing, not just annually for the work plan. And also, I just wanted to say, if you want help with that sporting event with RPD in the community, if we want to do kickball, I can definitely help you with that. So. With that said, move to approve the work plan.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next we have the report of the Stormwater Advisory Commission.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. Thanks very much for the opportunity to come present the Stormwater Management Advisory Commission annual report and work plan. I am Wayne Miles, the Stormwater Manager in Engineering Services. In a moment, I will turn it over to the Reverend Jamon Taylor, who is the chair of the Stormwater Management Advisory Commission. But I would first like to start off by saying I'd be remiss to talk about stormwater and not acknowledge the really horrific and heartbreaking impacts we are seeing in the western part of the state and elsewhere in communities in the path of Hurricane Helene. This was truly an unprecedented event, and communities can in no way really be prepared for that type of event. It was 20 inches in many communities, up to 30 inches. That is a huge event, but it is indicative of the type of very large storms we are starting to see more of with climate change. Larger rainfall events, bigger rainfall events, because the climate can handle and carry more moisture. So by comparison, for example, in 2018, we need to remember that we are not immune to the impacts of tropical storms and these types of events, even though we are inland. In Florence in 2018, 3 days before it made landfall, the prediction was the storm would come right over Raleigh and drop 15 to 18 inches of rainfall. If that had happened, thankfully it didn't. It turned hard left unexpectedly, but if that had happened, we would have seen many of the same impacts that Asheville's seen in terms of very widespread flooding throughout the community. For comparison, the most recent large storm that we had with widespread flooding effects in Raleigh was Hurricane Fran. Those of you who remember 1996, very significant flooding. That storm was 8 inches. For comparison purposes. So you can imagine the types of impacts we'd have if we had, say, twice that amount of rainfall. So while we can never truly be prepared, what I will commit to is the stormwater team is working every day to help our community be more resilient. We have a floodplain program now, thanks to the support of council. We have put in more restrictive floodplain regulations to restrict development in the floodplain, and we're working to remove existing development from the floodplain where we can through buyouts. We're using green stormwater infrastructure to mitigate and offset the impacts of development. We're putting in capital improvement projects to increase the capacity, the performance of our system during storm events. And we have now, again, with your support, a flood early warning system that is really one of the more sophisticated ones in the country. And this, paired with innovative notification technologies, can help our community be more safe. And that's really our goal. As an example, Tropical Storm Debbie that came through back in early August, we were able to deploy some new technologies that we now have access to. The flood early warning system has been upgraded that we get 3 days advance predictions on where flooding will occur, how severe that flooding will be, and when it will occur. In Debbie, we were able to use those predictions to see that Rose Lane, which is the only way in and out of a community of about 55 homes, was predicted to flood. And that was despite us going and lowering Lake Johnson proactively. Even with that lowering, which helps mitigate the flooding, it was predicted to flood. That knowledge then allowed us to work very closely with communications departments. They've come up with some good ideas to help us deploy. We put out a construction sign, a digital construction sign, the day before, notifying residents to beware that we were predicting that flooding was imminent the following day, so they could make plans and that they would likely not be able to get in and out of their neighborhood. And then using a wireless emergency alert technology that we have access to now, we were able to pre-program an emergency message, geofence that message to the community in Rose Lane that would be blocked out and isolated, and prepare to send that message as needed. It's a geofence message. Anyone that has a mobile phone that is in that geofenced area gets that alert. And then the following day, when our flood sensors confirmed the road was flooding and we had visual evidence with our cameras it was flooding, we sent that notification to everyone in that neighborhood. So that capability is very powerful. With the advanced notifications, with the flood early warning system, it really does help us engage with the community, help them be safer. Because in that type of event, that's really what it comes down to, is helping our community be more aware and be safer and understand the risks of that type of flooding event. With that, I will turn it over to Father Taylor, who will give the update on the annual report and work plan. Father Taylor?
Thank you, Wayne, and good afternoon, all. I want to give the update of the annual report as well as our work plan for next year. Our mission at SMAC is that we want to preserve and protect life as well as supply healthy natural resources. And our vision statement is that we want to be the smartest stormwater program possible. When we look back at fiscal year 24, there were several major stormwater projects. One of them was the converting of the Upper Durant Lake to a constructed wetland. In our drainage assistant program, currently 26 projects, a little under $4 million. This helps relieve flooding and erosion on private properties. And as far as our stream stabilization, $500,000 toward that effort, 15 small-scale stream bank repairs, and over 2,000 live stakes installed. Some other highlights when we talk about our rainwater rewards, our green stormwater infrastructure project that we installed and improved, or actually approved 37 projects this past year. 38 have been installed and have been under maintenance terms. We completed several water quality projects in Biltmore Hills with the green stormwater infrastructure, as well as the Millbrook Exchange Park stream. And in our Capture It art contest, we had 64 entries from across the city and awarded 3 finalist awards. And we collaborated with the city of Raleigh to display those art creations at the Pullen Art Center. We continue to work towards operational equity with the $3 million from ARPA fund that we use to have our rainwater rewards project at 100% reimbursement. We continue to review the utility fee rates and recommended that for the next year. Of course, we received and reviewed the Stormwater Design Manual, and thank you, City Council, for voting to approve that at your September meeting. This is really the work Stormwater has done in one slide, pictorial representation of our work at a glance. You can see the number of pipes inspected, over 500,000 linear feet. That's from North Carolina to California, back to North Carolina to Mississippi, all that done by the city of Raleigh. You can see the culverts maintained, the streets that have been swept. And then to your right, you can see the project category with some delineation as relates to the city council districts, also the basins that we've studied, the watersheds, and then the specific projects from capital improvement to drainage assistance to green stormwater infrastructure and other water quality projects that are 46 and above. So if you want to know what stormwater staff did for the fiscal year 24, it is captured on this image, and you can see the distribution of projects around the city. As we look forward to 2025 and the work plan, we continue to advance operational equity. This is my 4th time before you as chair of SMAC, and I've said each time we want to engineer equity into our decision-making process. We continue to look at our work plan. We have, at the City Council's recommendation, continue to firm up our planning subcommittee. It was in 2020 that you made the recommendation that SMAC have an official liaison between the Planning Commission. We'll continue to firm that up. We'll continue to engage in green stormwater infrastructure for the master plan development. We'll review the city's floodplain management program, and then look forward to the next fiscal year 26 as it relates to CIPs. We'll also look at our data and key performance indicators. Wayne spoke very knowledgeably about the flood early warning system and that program. We will continue to look at that and see how we can make that better. Raleigh is certainly leading in the nation having a program like this. We will review the stormwater utility fee credit program and continue to see how, as a commission, we can streamline our meetings in order to make them more productive for the 9 of us who are a part of SMAC. Just want to take an opportunity to thank Wayne and Stormwater. It is a fantastic group of people who work for Stormwater. And also just a word of gratitude to the City Council. This will be my last time before you. I'm into my 6 years on SMAC, 4th year as chair, and so I rotate off in the spring, and just a word of gratitude for all of your support, the mayor and city council, as we try to be the smartest stormwater that we can be. And I'll take any questions as Wayne as well.
I just want to say you did an outstanding job at the Bloomberg American Sustainable Cities kickoff here in Raleigh. I mean, everybody was talking about you afterwards and the job you did, so thank you for that. It was excellent. And
Thank you, Mayor.
I just want to say, really appreciate your leadership and 6 years of service.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you so much, Reverend Taylor. I know you have been a huge voice for us being a leader in this space, so thank you for your service. Don't be a stranger. If you would like to be nominated for something else, please let us know. I do want to say that I see Raleigh as a leader in this space, and I'm curious, either Reverend Taylor or Wayne, both of y'all, after we're seeing the devastation from Hurricane Helene, it does really kind of just put everything to, that, at least in my mind, I'm walking around in Raleigh thinking, wow, if we had that much rain, what would that look like here? And I'm curious, do we have anything like flood drills where we are looking at, okay, let's say we get this much rain, what does that mean for a particular neighborhood? If we look at a flood map and we know this neighborhood's not going to be accessible, what would they do? If there's some kind of a text, alert that's going to go out, is that something that we can test so folks get a little bit more familiar with? I'm just curious, how do we make sure we're prepared? I know we're doing so many projects all the time, but I'd love to hear, especially I think maybe after we've had a little time to digest this particular hurricane, what are the new pathways that we see for us to be prepared?
I'll start and let Wayne finish. The words he said about the flood early warning system, the fence, that anybody who happens to be in that space getting a text message, that's certainly new technology we're employing. I don't think, and Wayne can correct me, that we drill on that. I mean, that seems to be something that we do in the moment. And then I'll just pivot and let Wayne answer your question further.
Yes, thank you. That's correct. We don't specifically drill on that, but our team, every time there's a tropical storm, we go through a drill of what the monitoring system looks like, what our on-call rotation looks like, what the reporting is, and we coordinate closely with communications on what we will do and how we will notify specific communities. And we do understand, as part of our watershed studies and other field work, We know what neighborhoods are most susceptible and which ones may be cut off by flooding. I mentioned the Rose Lane community. That one is particularly dangerous because it has one way out and one way in. And so when it floods, emergency access to that community is cut off. And there are other neighborhoods that are in that same situation. Camp Pond Dam is another one. That one's got about 40 homes that the road goes over a dam, and we've mentioned that one to you. We are in design of that repair. That's a dam repair project. The dam has some deficiencies, so that's another dangerous situation. So we know the most vulnerable places in our community, and we engage those communities to discuss that as part of our public engagement programs for those specific projects as well as our watershed projects to help the community understand what those risks are and what they should do. And that we do have technologies such as the blink link flashing warning signs to keep an eye out for those. They're not just pretty lights. It's dangerous when those lights start flashing. That means the road is flooded. And we do unfortunately have people that drive through those areas and sometimes stall out and have to be rescued, even with the lights flashing. So we've got more work to do to educate the community, but we will continue to do that and help people understand how to be safe and what the risks really are.
Okay, Councilmember Ford.
Come on back up, Wayne. I remember this was probably a year and a half or 2 years ago. You did a presentation for us, and you told us at the time to complete all of the stormwater issues throughout the entire city. And you're smiling because you know where my question is going. To complete all the issues or complete everything and have the stormwater system completely up to date, it would cost us, what, $800 million at the time? Is that still the estimate? Or maybe I shouldn't give you this pop quiz today, but ask that at some point you come up and give us an update in terms of what the actual number is and maybe a prioritization of some of the projects so we can start looking towards how we tackle the infrastructure challenge. So I guess I asked the city manager, maybe we can do that in a work session so that you can give us a more thorough update.
Yeah, be glad to, and certainly that $800+ million is on the order of magnitude, but every time we do a more specific update to the watershed study, we get more accurate, and the number typically does not go down, including inflation and escalation and construction costs. That continues to have an impact on those numbers. And aging infrastructure, the system continues to degrade. So that's an estimate. It's still a pretty good estimate, but the numbers do start to creep up. And we'd be glad to give more details about how we come up with that estimate, how we prioritize projects. And as you all have known from my past presentations, the tool that we're working closely with the finance department to implement now that we have not had access is to use debt service. And we will now have access to that next fiscal year with finance's assistance, and that will give us a lot more capacity in terms of being able to fund those capital improvements projects and implement those more quickly. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, two for me, probably for you, Wayne, I think. Want to check, so the flood early warning system that you've mentioned, it works like the Ready Wake alerts in the sense that it pings people with an address registered in the geolocated area. So it's not any phone that passes through the area. It's based on like the registered address. Is that correct?
So a couple of things. So the flood early warning system right now is only an internal tool. It is not publicly accessible. It does not push out notifications. Although currently we have a scope of work. We are working with communications that we will continue that. So right now, the notifications are a manual transfer from staff who are monitoring the flood early warning system throughout an event and then deciding what information needs to be pushed out. And then you mentioned two technologies. One is the Ready Wake technology. That is a subscription that people have to sign up for, and if you sign up for it, you will get alerts. You will get flash flood warnings, you will get severe thunderstorm warnings, and all of those types of warnings that come to your phone. The technology I mentioned, though, is slightly different than that. This wireless electronic alert technology, you don't have to subscribe for, you don't have to sign up for it. I believe you can turn it off, but the default, it's like Amber Alerts, okay? The default is it's on unless you specifically go turn it off, okay? And that's the technology we used for Rose Lane during Debbie, that we specifically pushed that out to every mobile phone that was in that geocoded area of that neighborhood, whether they live there or not. We didn't have to have their phone numbers. As long as they were geographically located in that neighborhood, they could be owners, they could be renters, they could be visitors, they could be a pizza delivery person that happened to be caught there at the right time. We'll get that notification. And so that is a much more powerful technology, we believe. So people don't have to sign up for it, and we don't have to keep all their addresses and phone numbers in a database and keep those current.
Yeah, okay, love that. That's better than the answer I thought you were going to give. And then my second question is around these, the work you're doing to buy out and remove development from the floodplain. Do you have a way of quantifying how big that work is by acres or amount of units or something? How much is built in the floodplain?
Yes, so we have just finished a project where we have worked with a consultant who has developed a prioritization model to help us prioritize the flood buyouts that we have. I'm going to have to get back to you on a number and to help quantify what that is. But there are quite a few properties in the floodplain. The priority is based on repetitive damages is one of the big factors. So when you have flood insurance, how many times people use that flood insurance, that's one of the factors. And then we have internally also, we prioritize residential over commercial. And that comes down to public safety. While no flooding is good, if flooding occurs, we see it as a much higher risk if that's a place of residence, right? If it hits at night, people are there. If it's a commercial business, usually, especially if there's some notification, people know it's a storm, they're gonna go home and be safe. So that's a different priority as well. But we'll get back to you and help quantify that, but that's a program we're currently just in the process of standing up and ramping up the buyouts. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, thank you so much for that presentation. I'm sorry.
Move for approval of the work plan.
Move for approval. All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. Next, we have the report of Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Emma Lyles with Raleigh Parks, here to let you know that at the September 19th meeting of the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, they voted unanimously to approve the new park name for the Kyle Drive property. It is now River Cane Wetland Park. I'm here to answer any questions if you guys got any.
Any questions?
You need a motion from us to accept that? Okay, yeah. This is my district. I would have happily left it as Kyle Drive Park. I think it's descriptive about where it's located, but they sent it back to the CAG. They unanimously approved it, so we'll go with that. So I'll move to approve the River Cane Wetland Park name change.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. The next item on that is the Biltmore Hills Tennis Expansion Schematic Design.
Good afternoon. Mayor, council members, my name is Terry Naranjo with Raleigh Parks, and I'll be presenting the tennis expansion project at Biltmore Hills. And this project was unanimously supported by the Parks Board, and we are seeking council approval for the schematic design today. So this is the agenda. We'll go over the project overview, touch on community engagement, and go over the schematic design. Just the location of, we're in Southeast Raleigh. about a mile and a half south of downtown, just south of the Walnut Creek Wetland Park. 39 acres, you see the amenities on the right. This project focuses on tennis and does touch on baseball as well, which I'll cover in this presentation. So the expansion of the tennis complex with 8 new courts brings the total number of courts to 16. This allows for tournament play and is expected to be the new home court for the Shaw University tennis program, which, as we all know, will bring championship level college tennis to Biltmore Hills. The community engagement summary here, you can see beginning in 23, we engage with a range of stakeholders, including both tennis and baseball. And with the support of our consultant, we were able to go into the neighborhood itself with an online survey, some focus groups, and public open houses to review the schematic plan, which I'll touch on now. So this is an overall view of the schematic plan. I have 2 slides that will follow this one that cover in more detail this plan. But for reference, on the upper left, this is the parking lot, which is in the location of the existing parking lot. To the right of that are 2 groups of 2 and 1 group of 4. Those are the existing courts. And then the boldly colored courts to the bottom are the new 8 courts in the location of the existing ball field. The diagonal line that you see go through there is the improved vehicular circulation, which we're adding a roundabout at the bottom of that. So starting off with the northern portion, you see the reconfigured parking. On the left, we are improving the parking by 15 spaces, including accessible spaces and electric vehicle. The GSI is green stormwater, bless you, infrastructure to handle the important, it's a very important location. So green stormwater infrastructure is a very important part of this project, accommodating that. Pedestrian circulation is being enhanced with accessibility not only to the existing courts, but also to the picnic shelter. And then to the bottom, you see a ramp system, which allows accessibility to the existing courts. I will say that the existing courts, although not part of the bond project, will be resurfaced to coincide with the completion of the new courts. So moving to the southern portion of the bond project site, you see front and center the proposed new courts. There's 8 new courts. Between the 2 is a pedestrian connection that allows access to these courts and some seating. To the left of the new courts is a roundabout, providing the drop-off opportunities and letting cars sort of just, currently it's a dead-end condition, so that doesn't work very well. So we're going to improve upon that. The drop-off condition here actually allows us to serve not just the existing, the proposed courts, but also some existing functions like the picnic shelter and that sort of thing. The circulation system you see throughout here is providing some accessibility and some seating, not just for the courts, but for spectators, trying to enhance that experience as well. There's a GSI in the center of the roundabout as well. To the left of the grouping of 5, you see a player's patio that is a flexible, programmable space for registration, vendors, tables and chairs. We'll have a bottle filling station in there. It also offers a nice view shed down to the existing group of 4 and also to the new courts as well. The wide path running parallel to the group of 5 is an extension of the multi-use path that connects the existing path and reroutes that into the circulation system. And at the top of the image, you see that serpentine path that leads to the ramp structure, providing accessibility to that middle grouping of 4. And so now I'll draw your attention to the baseball field at the bottom of this image here. So a very important element to the improvements made at Biltmore Hills Park is accommodating the needs of baseball. So not part of the bond project, but to enhance really and elevate the baseball experience on the large ball field, we'll be adding a new batting cage, a new lighted scoreboard, some movable fencing similar to what is used at Walnut Creek Baseball Complex, and this allows for a variation of configurations on the large ball field to accommodate things like Little League and softball. And coordination of these elements are actually in progress right now. So also recognizing the importance of baseball in Southeast Raleigh, in addition to the improvements I just mentioned, wanted to point out that 1 mile or a 5-minute drive from Biltmore Hills is Sanderford Road Park, which has 2 existing baseball fields, and we feel that through management and programming with parks and athletics, the needs of baseball can be met in this community. So next steps, looking at design development in this fall and into the spring of '25, construction documentation and permitting taking place in '25, bidding and contracts going into '26, and then construction beginning in '26, going to the summer of '27. And when completed in 2027, these will be the first tennis courts to be built in the city of Raleigh in 30 years. And so we're excited to bring this new amenity and investment to Southeast Raleigh and Biltmore Hills Park. So with that, I'll take questions.
30 years. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Councilmember Branch?
Just some comments. I know your timeline stated conversation engagement 2023. Actually, conversation engagement started before I even got on council with the 2014 Parks Bond. Originally, these tennis courts were supposed to be relocated somewhere else, but because of costs and things, Biltmore Hills was suited in the best location. There's been a lot of conversation over the years with the community for and against placement of the field. And I want to thank the Partners of Environmental Justice for their input in helping us finally find a spot to land, because we have to also keep in mind of the environment. And we talked about stormwater just recently, and we've had issues with stormwater and runoff in this area. So I want to thank the staff for their due diligence and hard work. I want to thank the members of the community who were engaged early on, who stayed engaged, and those who came along during this time frame. And at the appropriate time, I would move for approval of the schematic design.
Okay, do we have any more questions? Do we have a second to the motion? Councilmember Fort, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then next we have the Method Road Community Park Improvement Schematic Design.
Hello. Hello. I'm Lauren Reed. I am a capital project manager for Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources. And I'd like to thank the council members, Madam Mayor, City Manager, for allowing me to present the Method Community Park Improvement
Could you talk into the microphone more?
schematic design as approved unanimously by
Thank you.
the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board. Our quick agenda will be the project overview, community engagement summary, schematic design review, and estimated project schedule questions. Method Community Park is 8.3 acres, just over 3 miles northwest of the Raleigh downtown core. The current amenities are a community center, Pioneers Building, multipurpose field, basketball court, pickleball courts, baseball field, and picnic shelter with a playground. The park is the bulk of the Barry O'Kelly Historic District, which also includes 3 Raleigh historic landmarks, the Barry O'Kelly School Gymnasium, which is our community center, the agricultural building, which is our Pioneers building, and the St. James AME Church, which is the one piece of the puzzle that is not owned by the city. There are several other contributing features to the historic district, and the whole district is on the National Register of Historic Places. Our project scope is the extensive renovation of the community center, the Pioneers building, the site, drainage and accessibility improvements, The total budget is $14,650,000. This is part of the $275 million 2022 Parks Bond referendum, and this project has an additional $250,000 allocated for public art. Our design consultant is Clark Nexon. Their contract was executed in April of this year, and our two public artists are Dare Coulter and Kulsum Tasnif. The community engagement started in March 2023 and continued until last month, and we are at the involve level of engagement, which within the city public participation playbook, Involve is listed as working directly with the public throughout the process to ensure that the public concerns and aspirations are consistently understood and considered. Our community engagement overview, we started, as I said, in March 2023 with a presentation to the community. In April of this year, we started again with an open house, large question and answer session, and surveys. From May to August, we had several focus groups and multiple open workshops with the community. In September, we presented the schematic design at an open house to the community and went to Parks Board on the 19th of last month, because it's the first. The Barry O'Kelly Harvey Lee White Community Center will be updated. We are enhancing the entry, the reception. We're expanding that area and installing a front desk. Currently, they don't have one. We are expanding the activity space, making better use of the rooms in the rear of the building, and creating walls and better flow of traffic within the building. We are also improving the operations with relocating the director's office, the staff workspaces for safety and connectivity to the community. And one of our main charges is to enhance the ADA compliance with the site and the buildings. And so the bathrooms will be expanded and made code compliant and ADA compliant. The Pioneers building will also receive restroom upgrades. We are going to install an accessible ramp, a larger front stoop, and safer stairs in the front of the building. The entire HVAC system will be replaced, and there will be extensive electrical upgrades. The AV and presentation capabilities of the multipurpose room will be upgraded to be able to accommodate hybrid meetings. Other project improvements will be new roofs for both buildings. We are going to have extensive brick repointing and repair. The windows will be repaired or replaced. There will be new flooring, new paint, extensive acoustic treatments in both the gymnasium and the Pioneers building multipurpose room. And there will be exterior site lighting upgrades, site security upgrades, and the pictures are of some current conditions. The site design, we will be installing a new stormwater system. There is currently no stormwater systems, no stormwater management on the site. We will be improving the drainage, improving the pedestrian safety, the connectivity. We're adding new sidewalk connections at both the driveways, and then a new one that connects all the way down to the parking lot on the south border. We'll be adding 2 EV charging stations. There'll be drainage improvement at the exterior of the community center entrance, and that will tie into a safer pedestrian crossing to the playground. And we will be adding gathering spaces in between the community center, the Pioneers building, and the picnic shelter, creating a courtyard situation. Oops, sorry, went wrong way. Our estimated schedule has design development starting this fall, and we will continue through design into construction documents, permitting, bidding, and contracts, with construction starting in early 2026, and we are currently projected to complete late summer 2027. Questions?
Okay, do we have any questions? Councilwoman Patton?
Not a question, just a comment. I was at the Parks Board meeting where both of these last two projects were shared, and I thought it was a real testament to the value of the Parks Board. We had members there who have worked at those centers, who use those centers as their daily neighborhood parks, and they really kind of kicked the tires on these schematic designs that y'all presented in a way that I certainly couldn't. They've used these parks on rainy days and in different weather types, and knew about the parking and the loop arounds and the width of the hallways. And so anyway, I just wanted to say, I'm great. I had a moment where I was grateful for you all and grateful for our Parks Board and the thoughtful makeup of it, because I think that is those types of conversations make our parks better. So, yeah.
Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I need to get this on the record before Tansy leaves, because Stephen, and I have spent a lot of time in the Method community over the last 2 or 3 years talking about this particular project. And one of the things that the community has raised is that they want to see some type of water feature there on the site, but it's not a part of this particular plan. So I wanted to say that the water feature is not necessarily funded in the 2022 Parks Bond, but these improvements will significantly increase the accessibility to the park and the center as an improved visitor experience. And so I would like to ask the staff if they could bring back to council some options for funding an amenity like a splash pad or some type of water feature as a part of this project as well. And that should include estimates for costs and the scheduling impacts as well. But yeah, Tansy, they bent your ear about it, so I want to make sure that you are on the record before you leave. So that would be a motion on my part to add that to it.
So you want to make a motion to approve and add that to the...
That is correct.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you so much. All right, next we have the report and recommendation of EDI Committee.
We have one item to report out. It is the Downtown Raleigh Economic Development Strategy. The committee recommends removing the item from our committee agenda with recommendation that the council approve coordinating the Downtown Raleigh Economic Development Strategy study with the existing downtown plan. So just incorporating the recommendations into our downtown plan. So moved.
Second. Oh, go on.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
We also have one item pending. It's the Economic Development Roundtable with our HBCUs. We indicated at committee that we would like to reconvene that roundtable. It would likely just be with Dr. Dillard at Shaw right now. We have not been able to schedule Dr. Dillard for this month, so we will not have a meeting this month, but this item will remain in committee.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Branch?
Yeah, this past weekend, I was talking to a representative from St. Augustine's University. They asked me about this item, and I said it was still in committee. So we may want to just touch base and just see, but they did ask me about it.
Mr. Raleigh, if you are listening, if we could also get St. Aug looped in for the next committee meeting, thank you.
Okay, GNR? No report. Okay, Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee. We had 2 items, and the first item, which is revenue capture options, the committee recommends removing this item from the agenda without a recommendation. So I'll make a motion to approve that. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Then we had Item 2204, Midtown St. Albans Area Plan. The committee recommends removing this item from the agenda with no action taken, but with the understanding that staff will examine the Midtown St. Albans Area Plan during the next comprehensive plan phase and provide council with recommendations for options to legally incentivize affordable housing based on what the city has previously done along New Bern Avenue. So moved. Second by Councilmember Patton. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. And then we have the transportation. Oh, we have one item left. This is the external text change request. We will have a meeting on, let me see, will be October 22nd, and that will be at 11:30.
Okay. Thank you. We have 3 items from Transit and Transportation Committee. The first one is around the Brookside Drive Safety Initiative. The committee recommends removing the item from the agenda with the recommendation to move forward with protective bike lanes with a flexi post buffer. The committee also requests that staff explore additional funding resources to potentially cover the costs associated with installing concrete buffers in the future. So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Anyone opposed? All right, that was unanimous then. Thank you.
The second item was received as information. It was concerning the bike lane design and implementation plan that is moving forward. So there's no recommendation out of the committee, but we do recommend to remove this item from the agenda without recommendation. So moved.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
And the third and last item we had was concerning 2-hour parking limited on St. Mary Street near Broughton High School. This item was originally on the consent agenda of City Council. There were some questions concerning the bike lanes as well as the parking on the street. After further conversation with the community and with the board, the committee recommends removing this item from committee and upholding the recommendation from staff from the August 20th consent agenda item authorizing the changes in the traffic schedule. So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
All right. We have no pending items left in the committee.
Okay. Thank you. Next is a report from the mayor and city council. Start with Councilmember Harrison.
I just want to extend my thanks to everyone that's out in Western North Carolina helping folks that are struggling, including our own first responders, our firefighters, and folks who are sending money, sending support. It's going to be a long haul, and just want to make sure we don't forget them out there as time goes on. They're going to need us. Thank you.
Councilmember Fort.
I want to say congratulations to the folks who did the Bluegrass Festival. I popped out there for a little bit, not necessarily my genre of music, but it was very interesting. And I had to get Carrie's laughing because she, but it was great to see it and hope to see what's going to be coming in the future with that group of folks.
Councilmember Jones.
Thank you. The only thing I have is that my next community meeting will be held at Crafty and 5 Points on October 9th from 6 to 8 p.m. So please come out and join us. Thank you.
Just 2 things. Actually, my next committee meeting will be held. It's moving up a week, October the 12th. At the same location. If anything changes, I will get the information out via social media. But October 12th at 1214 East Lenoir Street from 10 a.m. till 12 noon. Also, I want to say to Tansy, thank you for everything. It's been fun. You've been here. I think I came a year later. When I was elected to city council. So I think we kind of have gone on this journey together. And I just want to thank you for your leadership, for your strong focus. I know sometimes we always didn't see it the same, but the thing was we were always respectful, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate your knowledge and your support, and I wish you well in cold Colorado, and I look forward to you coming back and visiting us.
Councilmember Black.
I just wanted to express how heavy my heart has been over this last week. First, with the Supreme Court's decision to allow the execution of Marcellus Williams, an innocent man, despite all the calls for clemency and a review of evidence that would have exonerated him. And of course, most recently with the devastation in western North Carolina from Hurricane Helene, an area that was once believed to be a climate haven. Both of these events are being called a wake-up call, but it's not for me. It's not for climate advocates that have been sounding the alarm on the crisis, meaning that everyone everywhere is at risk for the real impacts of a warming climate. Not for organizers that have been pounding the streets demanding radical revolution of our carceral and injustice systems, and not for anyone that has ever used their voice to advocate for mutual aid, skill and resource sharing, land back, divesting and defunding, voting, building communities of care, or climate justice. Right now, everything feels heavy, and I just want to offer the space to acknowledge the weight and state that together we will build a system that prioritizes care and not exploitation and greed. Additionally, I want to share some of the local locations that are accepting donations and resources for our sisters and brothers in Western North Carolina. The Raleigh United Mutual Aid Hub is requesting things like brooms, baby formula, as well as mosquito spray. They have a full list available on their Instagram account, and they are physically located at 415 Hillsborough Street right here in Raleigh, North Carolina. If you'd like to reach out to them, they can be reached through email at mutualaiddisasterrelief@gmail.com or at info@trianglemutualaid.org. Earlier today, I also had a meeting regarding some of the Brookwater stormwater stream, which raised several critical concerns about erosion and sediment buildup. We also talked about how the use of community land trusts for stormwater management and how the city could play a stronger role in partnering with residents. From this conversation, I think it would be really interesting to request that Growth and Natural Resources review and talk about the erosion study that was done in partnership with the USGS to talk about how we could all be looking at stormwater management and erosions across our city. So that's my request for GNNR.
And would that be for this month, October? I think we do have, we don't have anything on the schedule, so that should be fine. That would be October 22nd, thank you. So I'll second that. Yeah, I guess that would be a good question.
So is Mr. Mal still in here? We just need to know, is it doable for the 22nd? Or will staff need a little bit more time?
I would say it depends on the level of detail that you would like. We would be glad for this meeting to give an overview of existing programs, but if you would like more in-depth analysis of maybe what we have done overall and maybe what we have in our forecasted CIP, that might take a little bit more time to pull together.
I mean, I'm cool with a little bit more time. I don't know how it will work out with everything that's happening in November, but I think it's a conversation that should be had in the full context with GNNR, and also give time for community members to speak as well. So I would prefer it be a more full and robust conversation unless you have other thoughts.
In November, if we were to have it then, that would be November 26th, which is Thanksgiving week. So I just want to note that. I know I will be out of town then.
I'm out of town that week.
Okay, so
maybe, do you want to start with the less in-depth in October to ensure we get to it in a timely manner, and then we can keep it in committee and?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. Thank you, Wayne. So it sounds like the motion is for it to be October 22nd. I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Patton?
Yeah. So some things we did through the consent agenda today that are good for our community. We authorized a funding commitment to Families Together in the amount of $600,000 that will expand their footprint and allow them to serve 16 additional families. We gave funding to the Rainwater Rewards program for a rain garden that'll reduce pollution in Pigeon House Branch and Crabtree Creek. And then we also awarded bids to spruce up Station 7 and the Keeter Training Center. So those were all great. And then, as so many folks have sent their thoughts and sentiments to our family in Western North Carolina. I want to do the same in challenging times. In my family, we've always used the Mr. Rogers quote, "Look for the helpers," and we're surrounded in this work by so many helpers. Our urban search and rescue team has been in Western North Carolina. Our participation in NC Water and Warren, we're already sending materials to help them rebuild their water infrastructure. I was on a briefing with the North Carolina Department of Public Safety today, and some of the stats they gave, there's 29 shelters open that are already serving over 1,000 occupants. The hospital systems, there's only one left on a generator, down from 22. There's 24 search and rescue teams, and a full national and state level response. The FEMA water has arrived. The FEMA food is on the way. So a lot is being done, and there's a lot of ways to get involved and get connected. But as the manager already mentioned, we encourage people to be really thoughtful and careful in where and how they make their financial contributions. It's certainly the most important thing to do right now, but this is a time when people can take advantage of generosity. So we don't want anyone to get caught up in any schemes. And if you can donate blood and you haven't in a while, this is a good time to do so. That's all I've got.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. First, I want to say congratulations to Tansy. I'm going to miss you a lot. Please keep in touch. But I'm really excited for this opportunity for you, but we're definitely going to miss you. I do want to say thank you again to everyone from the city that is helping out west. I know Raleigh Fire's out there, the police department, Raleigh Water, everyone's chipping in, so thank you. And thank you, City Manager, for responding to me this weekend when I asked you about that information. I do have one thing. October is LGBTQ History Month. Most people don't know that. I know we traditionally celebrate Pride in June, but it is History Month, so I wanted to uplift that. And while that is top of mind, I was thinking about our disparity study, and I am curious, two things. One, how and when are we implementing that study in our DEI work? And then two, are LGBTQ-owned businesses included in the disparity study?
So, short answer, as you know, we're in the process of hiring our newest DEI director, but in short notice, we are working on both of the items that you have said. And so we will bring forward a update on the disparity study. It's on our roadmap for work sessions. Can't off the top of my head remember the date, but we do have it slotted, so it will be coming soon. And then looking at the comprehensive, how we can then take the MEI index as part of the evolution of how we continue to advance those principles through our day-to-day works. So excited, it'll be coming in the next little bit.
Thank you so much. And for those who are listening, MEI is the Municipal Equality Index, which the HRC puts out every year, and it's a good roadmap for us making sure that we're meeting our equality goals. So, thank you.
Thank you. I do want to also mention, as Councilmember Fort did, thanking everybody for all the effort that went into this year's IBMA Bluegrass Festival. Councilmember Fort, I have to disagree because I do kind of like the vibe, and I now have.
I didn't understand. I didn't know any of the songs. But
Well, you can download Sierra Hull on Pandora. We did that and listened to that Sunday morning, and she was pretty amazing. But I do want to say this has been 12 years of celebration, and there's been nothing like it in the city of Raleigh. And I can't wait to see what Pinecone can do working with us for that next step. We can't let this go. It's too important. The number of people out there, the joy and the entertainment is amazing. And what I really do appreciate too is a lot of the musicians come from North Carolina. And unfortunately, the sad part of the evening last night was the headliner could not get out of Brevard. And that was a shame to kind of end it that way. But Chatham County Line stepped in and we all had a good time, but everybody's mind was kind of on that as well. But I just want to say thank you to everybody from the Convention Center, Performing Arts Center, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and all the other groups who have really worked well together, and especially Pinecone. Most people don't realize that they were the ones who put on the show, and they did an amazing job. And I'm looking forward to continuing that. So thank you. My second item, City Attorney, I have a question for you. With the items that were scheduled for the evening session, we rescheduled them. Do we still have to make a motion to cancel tonight's meeting? Okay, I will make a motion then to cancel tonight's meeting in light of the rescheduling of the items that were on there.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, next we have appointments.
Good afternoon. First, we have Civil Service Commission, 1 regular vacancy at large, no nominees, so this will appear on your next ballot. Next is Design Review Commission, 1 alternate vacancy. Brian Williams received 7 votes, so would be appointed. Next is Historical Resources and Museums Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy. For this vacancy, a recommended replacement coming from the board was very recently shared with staff, which was subsequently shared with you all. Prior to receiving that information, Councilmember Melton did make a nomination for Thomas McGrayer on the ballot and asked that the board also take a look at that application as well. So we will hold that until the board has a chance to, has time to consider. And for the record, as shared, the board's nominee was Elizabeth Caliendo. Human Relations Commission, 2 alternate vacancies. Kunal Choksi received 7 votes, so would be appointed. Police Advisory Board, 1 alternate vacancy, no nominees, so this will appear on your next ballot. Raleigh Historic Development Commission, 1 regular vacancy. The RHDC's recommended nominee, Melissa Todd, received 7 votes, so would be appointed. Stormwater Management Advisory Commission, 1 regular vacancy. Robert Pascal Jr. received 7 votes, so would be appointed. Next is nominations, Human Relations.
Before you go to that,
Sure.
I have a question. For the civil service position, does it have to be an attorney, or what's the
It doesn't have
requirements?
to be. That typically is what the membership is comprised of, attorneys.
Okay, all right. I may have some ideas, so.
Okay.
Nominations, Human Relations Commission, there were commission's requests for removal of appointees, just to follow up on that. A request was submitted during your last meeting from the commission to consider removals of 2 members due to attendance concerns. As you'll recall, the council did proceed with the removal of 1 member, but wanted some more information on the other. Following the meeting, we did receive a resignation from that member. Therefore, a regular vacancy has been created. Technically, we just appointed a member to an alternate slot. So it's the council's discretion whether or not to elevate him immediately to a regular member and declare an alternate vacancy that would be carried over to the next ballot.
Yes, I move for that approval of that recommendation.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll bring back an alternate there. Arts Commission, 2 regular vacancies. Terms of 2 members, Greg Witt and Aurelia Belfield, are expiring and both wish to be considered for reappointment. I did share an attendance explanation for Ms. Belfield with the council for their information.
Is that shared via email?
It was shared via email. There was some sensitive information in it, so staff felt it was more appropriate
Got
to
it.
send via email.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Move for reappointment of both Greg and Aurelia.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Right, anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous.
Next is Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, 1 regular vacancy. Term of Elizabeth Alley is expiring. She's not eligible for reappointment due to length of service. However, will continue to serve until replaced, so this will appear on your next ballot. And lastly, we have Police Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy, at-large slot. Resignation has been received from regular at-large member Diane Bellamy. Past practice has been to elevate the longest-serving alternate, which is Jaden Grimes, and declare an alternate vacancy.
So moved.
Was Diane serving in a specific role?
She was in the at-large slot, so
Oh, got it.
anybody
Okay,
would
sorry.
be eligible.
All right, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Anyone opposed?
And
Thank you.
that's it.
All right. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney,
No report.
and then the city clerk.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. Lou Bonapane, City Clerk. You have 2 sets of minutes from the September 17th work session and regular session submitted for consideration.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous too. Thank you. Next, we have a closed session. Let me read this motion. Motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to consider and give instructions regarding the handling and or settlement of a potential claim in the following matters. Wardson Construction and HomeQuest Builders versus City of Raleigh, City of Raleigh versus City of Raleigh Board of Adjustment, Marvin Butler Bennett versus City of Raleigh, George Venters versus City of Raleigh, Raleigh Country Club, appeal to the Board of Adjustment case number 0042-2024, and Leo Edwards versus City of Raleigh. All in favor?
Mayor, I apologize. There should also be, as a part of that motion, a personnel matter that I need to discuss with the council.
Okay, sorry about that. GS 143-318-11A6 to consider the performance of an individual public officer or employee. Okay? All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. ready? We have just returned from closed session where the council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session motion. Thank you for being with us today. We are now officially adjourned.